Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly.
Please welcome to the stage the Secretary of the Department of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg.
Good afternoon. Have we made it to afternoon? We have. And I hope it's been a good one for you here. I can tell you this entire administration has been looking forward to this gathering, and it is great to be united with friends that I have got to know in my travels and those who I'm having a chance to be with for the first time. I want to begin by acknowledging that we are on the ancestral homelands of the Nacotchtank, Anacostan, and Piscataway people. And I want to thank our hosts, Secretary Holland and Director Tandon for making this Tribal Nation Summit possible, as well as acknowledge Secretary Jennifer Granholm, with whom I have the great honor of co-chairing the Energy and Infrastructure Committee as part of the White House Council on Native American Affairs. And most importantly, I want to thank all of you, all of the tribal leaders joining us here for this important gathering. Under President Biden's leadership, we are now engaged in a once-in-a-generation effort to rebuild infrastructure across Indian country and across the United States of America. And we can't do that, we certainly can't do it right, without your continued partnership. I hope you can feel that this administration is firmly and sincerely committed to honoring tribal sovereignty, upholding our solemn trust and treaty responsibilities, and empowering tribal self-governance, which is why conversations like those taking place at this summit are so important. As Secretary of Transportation, I've had the great honor and privilege of meeting dozens, if not hundreds, of tribal leaders in every corner of the country, from South Dakota to Arizona to Alaska. I've gotten to visit Indian country, had the honor of speaking at gatherings like NCAI, the Intertribal Transportation Association, and the National Transportation in Indian Country Conference. And this year, I asked many of the key leaders at our department, including several of our modal administrators and our assistant secretaries, to attend the NTICC in Anchorage. And the reason I sought that is that our work on tribal transportation issues ranges across every form of travel, from the bridges that we are working to rebuild that are often the only way into or out of a tribal community, to the expansion of ferry service for remote Alaska Native villages. In other words, it's important that every part of the DOT works on behalf of and for the benefit of tribes. And it is equally important that tribes have a chance to work with and at every part of the U.S. DOT. So I am proud to announce that in March of next year, we will be hosting our first ever tribal job fair at the U.S. DOT. We're opening the doors to tribal colleges and universities so that students can learn about how they can join in the work that we are doing to rebuild roads and bridges, ports and airports, trains and transit across every part of America, including tribal communities. We know that we will be better off for their talents, and there will be wonderful opportunities for them in service. Just this month, we opened applications for one of the first hires in our newly created Office of Tribal Affairs. And in the months and years ahead, we will need to continue filling hundreds of positions across every part of DOT. As the original keepers of America's natural landscape, it seems only fitting that Native Americans should be shaping the future of this country's physical infrastructure for the better. And we know from experience that our efforts to rebuild transportation infrastructure are only as good as the engagement and the inclusion that informs them, which is why we're stepping up our engagement with tribes. It's why this May we swore in Orlando Teller as our first ever Assistant Secretary of Tribal Affairs. It's why our new Office of Tribal Affairs opened its doors in October. It's why we updated our tribal consultation policy for the first time in nearly a quarter of a century to make sure that tribal leaders get to weigh in on DOT policies that affect tribal citizens. And it is why next year we will be continuing our new tradition of hosting tribes at DOT for symposia on tribal aviation, tribal transit, and tribal maritime travel. And we're not just committed to stepping up engagement, we are delivering concrete results. Since the last time I had the honor of speaking at the Tribal Nation Summit, we have continued our work to ensure that tribal residents have safe, affordable, accessible ways to get around, guided by the ideas and the input that we have gotten from tribes themselves through conversations like those we're having today. This summer, we awarded grants to improve road safety in 88 tribal communities, ranging from the Coushatta tribe of Louisiana to Michigan's Bay Mills Indian community to the native village of Noatuk, one of many tribes whose members I had a chance to meet with while in Alaska a few months ago. We also opened applications for $220 million to modernize ferry service and to better connect rural and tribal communities, mindful of the fact that it makes a huge difference. Yeah, we can hear it for that. Because you can't come away from some of those travels we've had in Indian country without it being impressed upon you how many communities experience ferries not as some option or luxury, but as the way to get to work or to go to school or to reach urgently needed medical care. We're close to issuing a final rule to modernize our Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, which works to ensure that businesses like Native American-owned businesses have a fair chance at federal contracts. We reestablished our 6 regional tribal technical assistance centers, updated our EV toolkit with tribal-specific resources, delivered nearly $200 million to fix culverts for fish in communities where people depend on fishing for their livelihoods, and launched our Thriving Communities program to ensure that underserved communities and tribal nations get the technical assistance they need and deserve to secure federal funding for transportation projects. And of course, we also funded dozens more tribal transportation projects through grant programs that don't necessarily have the word tribal in the name of the programs, but where tribal communities have done quite well, including our RAISE program, which is opening for submissions again very soon, and we urge you to take a good look at that opportunity. And though it might not seem like an example of the type that I've just named, there's something else I want to mention. This October, we shared messages from our road safety campaign at the Native Language Summit. And we asked tribes to translate those messages into their native languages. Some of those languages that are spoken by just a double-digit number of people and that are so important to keep alive. And then we asked the communities to send those translations back to us. We will maintain those translations on our systems and on our website in perpetuity, giving future language learners one more place to look, one more resource to reference, and helping to protect these endangered languages. I mention that because I know that as much as we look to the future, memory is also a very important part of this work. This is a president and an administration who understand that to be the right kind of partners to tribal nations today, we have to reckon with our inheritance and the past of this government's treatment of tribal nations. It's why we begin with land acknowledgements. It's why we're stepping up these engagement efforts mindful of where they didn't happen in the past. It's why we're working so hard to improve safety and accessibility when it comes to tribal transportation, mindful that those transportation systems were sometimes allowed to fall into disrepair because of federal neglect. We look to the future mindful of the past. Policymaking is about the relationship between the past, the present, and the future. And no one has a more compelling vision for how to get that right than the kinds of tribal leaders who are here today. So please know that for as long as President Biden is in the White House, you will have an ally in the federal government and at the Department of Transportation. I want to thank you again for joining us today, for your continued partnership as we work to deliver better, stronger, and safer infrastructure across Indian country and across America. And I can't wait to see what we will achieve together going forward. Thank you again for the chance to be with you. Thanks very much.
Please welcome to the stage the Deputy Secretary of the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, Adrienne Todman.
Thank you, and good day. It is an honor, it is a true honor to be with you here this afternoon. I had the great pleasure of participating in the summit last year as well, and I bring warm greetings from our Secretary, Marcia Fudge. I'd like to thank Secretary Haaland and the entire Department of Interior team for pulling together another fabulous summit. Let's give them a loud, warm applause. And the team at HUD, I bring with me their hopes and dreams and all of the hard work that they're doing to ensure that our partners, our tribal leader partners, and all of the communities across the country work with. I bring all of them with me here today on this stage. I specifically would like to highlight Heidi, who works in our ONAP office, who I know so many of you know. Thank you, Heidi, for your leadership. We know that having a place to call home is foundational to our success, our sense of safety and stability, and even to our health. Having a home is critical to helping our children thrive and to making sure our elders age with dignity. That is why this administration is so focused on providing funding, technical assistance, and leadership to help families access housing that they can afford, especially Native American communities and tribal nations who have unique needs when it comes to housing. I'm happy to share up front that under this administration, the Biden-Harris administration, we have had historic funding, levels of funding for housing. This includes just what we've received at HUD, almost $4 billion to support your community needs, your community development needs, and your housing needs. And I think that deserves a round of applause as well. And with these significant investments, tribes have expanded access to affordable housing and to services. The work that all of you are doing every day to serve your members is truly inspiring and is helping to build a stable foundation for the next generation and generations to come. Now, as many as you know, Section 184 is designed to help Native families become homeowners by increasing access to mortgages. I'm pleased to report that this year, HUD made homeownership more affordable and accessible by Native borrowers by reducing the Section 184 program fees. That means that an average borrower will save thousands of dollars, making homeownership more accessible and more affordable for anyone who wants to own a home. I'm also pleased to report I know I've heard, actually in my travels throughout the country, that sometimes Section 184 isn't the easiest program to try to use. So I'm pleased to report that after extensive tribal consultation, HUD will finally modernize this program. The new rule will encourage greater lender participation, encourage more mortgage loans on trust land, and improve the administration of this very important program. You know, we've been able to make some additional changes at HUD in how we looked at our engagement and consultation, and it was important to the Secretary that we formalize and leave a legacy as it relates to how we make sure that the conversations we're having with our tribal leaders and Native families doesn't just live ably in our ONAP office, but spreads throughout all the programs that HUD runs. And that's why late last fall, we convened our very first Tribal Intergovernmental Advisory Committee. And just a few months ago, I traveled to Arizona and engaged with our TIAC, as we call it, and heard inspiring stories of innovation and resilience. In fact, I think we have one of our co-chairs, Jackie, with us here in the audience today. Since HUD announced the formation of our first ever Tribal Advisory Committee, or TIAC, we've taken quick action to stand up the committee and conduct regular working group sessions. I understand that sometimes these sessions can get heated because we want to make sure we are getting the work done. But I know that they're always productive and making sure that HUD is doing everything we can to streamline our rules, make our programs more accessible, and dare I say, just make our programs smarter so that it works for the people. Over the past several months, HUD has supported the tireless work of the committee in regular meetings, and we've already adopted policies and procedural recommendations. TIAC is going to work wonders when it comes to how we look at our consultation with tribal leaders. And it is how HUD will continue to honor and uphold our trust responsibility. Also this past October, HUD held a National Tribal Housing Summit in St. Paul, Minnesota. Tribes shared how they are serving our Native veterans. Federal agencies discussed the many new funding opportunities that are available under the President's historic investments in the Inflation Reduction Act and the infrastructure law. Housing practitioners talked about effective and innovative ways to serve Native Americans experiencing homelessness, no matter where they are in the country, and so much more. The event was wildly successful, and we look forward to hosting more productive gatherings like this. In conclusion, just let me say that this administration, as you've seen by our participation yesterday and today, is dedicated to fulfilling the federal government's trust responsibility to tribes. Through our government-to-government relationship, we are dedicated to supporting the work you all do to ensure that your communities and people thrive and have access to affordable housing and to homeownership, critical things that we all need. We are thankful for your leadership, and I'm personally honored to be here with you today. Thank you, and stay well.
Please welcome to the stage Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs, Wizipan Garriott, Director of the Bureau of Indian Education, Tony Dearman, and the culinary team from the Southwestern Indian Polytechnic Institute.
Hello, relatives. I greet you with a good heart. We're excited to showcase some of the up-and-coming talent in Indian country. Yesterday, we saw some of the chefs that were providing some of the food, but that was not all of the chefs. It included students from our SIPI, Southwestern Indian Polytechnic Institute culinary program. And this is a program that's one of our tribal colleges, and they're producing world-class chefs. And these students were a part of the culinary team that was preparing some of the wonderful meals that we've had over the last few days. The development of this program has come under the amazing leadership of Mr. Tony Dearman, who is the director of the Bureau of Indian Education. A lot of times we don't remember that we also operate and fund schools. And there are 44,000 Indian students within the Bureau of Indian Education school system, and Tony is the one that runs that school system. We also want to recognize Chef Leonard Bailey. He is an experienced and accomplished chef who is dedicated and spends an amazing amount of time and energy working with the students and running that program. We also want to recognize chaperone Rebecca Lee from SIPI as well. And then, of course, our amazing, wonderful, awesome student chefs. And I'm going to call you and raise your hand. Bahujiba Vihil. Lanetta Prada. Summer Hornbeck. Ayusha Norberto. And Benjamin Romero. These students go through a full culinary arts training program, and the culinary program is producing chefs who are going out. And Indian country has a lot of world-class facilities in the hospitality industry. We run and operate a lot of restaurants throughout the country, and our students are going out and getting employed with these institutions, going back to their communities, helping to promote food sovereignty and keeping our traditions alive and reinterpreting them in a modern context. So we're thankful for all the work that they've done, and we want to continue to recognize and promote the next generation of leaders. So let's give them one last round of applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rose Petoskey. I'm a member of the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians from Northern Michigan. It's so awesome to see you all here. I also serve as Director of Tribal Affairs for the White House Office of Intergovernmental Affairs. And I'm here to give an announcement about our breakouts for this afternoon. So this afternoon, we will have Assistant Secretary Newland and the DOI team in the Bison Bistro in the basement, and that's the teal color that's on your badge. And then we will have the DOT team and Secretary Buttigieg in the library across from the auditorium, and that's the pink color that's on your badge. And then we'll have Deputy Secretary Adrian Todman and the staff from HUD over in the Rachel Carson room, which is the smaller room right off the Bison Bistro in the basement. I just want to say, Chi-miigwech, thank you all again for being here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will be beginning momentarily. Please welcome to the stage our panelists for protecting and supporting Native families and children.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's panel on protecting and supporting Native families and children. She'e Devin Delro, Yinshe, Ashin Nishle, O'Leary Bashashin, Nishasha Dashache, Bilagana Dashanale. Hi, everyone. My name is Devin Delro. I am Principal Advisor for Tribal Affairs at the Department of Health and Human Services, and I am a citizen of the Navajo Nation. It is an honor to be here to moderate to today's special panel. This panel will highlight some of the major progress the Biden-Harris administration has made to protect and support Native families and children. This includes interagency initiatives spearheaded by the Indian Child Welfare Act Working Group and IHS initiatives geared to support and protect Native families, children, as well as maternal health. President Biden and the administration are dedicated to prioritizing the safety and protection of Native families and children. In June, the President and Vice President celebrated the victory in the Brackeen decision upholding the Indian Child Welfare Act and will continue to defend and uphold this landmark law. On today's panel, we'll hear from esteemed federal and tribal leaders. As this panel is shorter, unfortunately, we will be unlikely to take questions from the audience. Now, I'd like to introduce our two tribal leaders who will be on the panel with us. First, we have Adriana Goodwin of the Red Lake Nation, and we also have Doreen Blaker, president of the Kiniwa Bay Indian Community. Now, I will introduce our federal panelists. We have Neera Tandon, Domestic Policy Advisor and Assistant to the President. And we also have Acting Assistant Secretary of the HHS Administration for Children and Families, Jeff Hild. And then we have Indian Health Service Director, Rosalind So. Now on to our first question. This is for Domestic Policy Advisor, Neera Tandon. In June, the Supreme Court upheld the Indian Child Welfare Act, a vital law celebrated and supported by the Biden-Harris administration. What is a key initiative this administration has implemented that supports and strengthens the goal of Indian child welfare to protect the interests of both Indian children and tribes?
Thank you. Thank you so much for that question. And I really, it's a great honor to be here. What a privilege it is to really be with so many tribal leaders who are working every day to solve problems and address the needs of communities. So I will say that first and foremost, we were proud as an administration to defend the Indian Child Welfare Act against attack and criticism that was lodged against it. As we all know, the Indian Child Welfare Act is a critical component to address ensuring families can stay together, redressing some of the real violence that has happened to Native families in the past by having a concerted strategy and policy of keeping Native families together. And we understood that the attack it faced would really help drive families apart and drive children away from their Native communities. And so that is why we were proud to defend it, and we were pleased that the Supreme Court did not take the action that it could have, and the President and the Vice President put out a very strong statement in response. I think we have a broad agenda, and Jeff will talk more about this, as will others, but we have a broad agenda on supporting families. We have a new kinship rule, which allows families, grandparents, others to really ensure that they are, we are able to keep families together by strengthening the role of grandparents and other members of a family to help care for children who need it. The idea there is for the federal government to think more broadly about family, to be more respectful of family members, and to think about family structures where grandparents, aunts and uncles, other relatives are a key component of that family. In a way, it's trying to inculcate a broader sense of what the family is than perhaps one that has been part of the United States for too long. So that is a step by which we are learning from the nation-to-nation relationship to broaden our understanding of family and the definition of family to have policies that better meet the needs of all people in our country. And so I think that is a critical step forward.
Great, thank you for that. Our next question is for both Adriana and President Blaker. What has been yours and your tribe's experience navigating the child welfare system and ensuring Native families and children are protected and supported? What has the Biden-Harris administration done well, and what more can we do?
Bonjour, Doreen Adishnakas, Ajajik Nadoda, Kiwana Bay Indian Community, Nandunjaba. I think they've opened up consultation processes really well. Assistant Secretary came by our reservation a few weeks ago, and we had mentioned some of the difficulties we're having with Title IV-E, and he got right on that. And we've actually got a couple of people that we'll be talking with and helping us with the billing processes. And I think that, we have how many tribes, and we're each different, and I think that they acknowledge that and are looking for ways to address certain issues as they come up with all of our tribes, whether we be a small tribe like Kiwana Bay or a larger tribe like Red Lake, my relation here. So.
Great, Adriana?
Buju Nindinawe Magani Nadug, Adriana Goodwin, Indigenous Cause, Washku Benesi Kwe Nindigo, Mayangan Nindudem, Misquagami, Wizagai Gani Nindunjaba. Greetings, relatives. My colonized name is Adriana Goodwin. I have my Master's of Public Policy from the Humphrey School of Public Affairs, and I'm a citizen of the Red Lake Nation. To start my speech here today, I would like to acknowledge and honor the past, the present, and the future for our ancestors, for the babies that are to come, and for all of us that are here. First, it is important to understand that the state child welfare system was never set up to protect or support our families. In Red Lake, we are utilizing federal initiatives and what works best in our tribal community to deliver child welfare services. Our focus in child protection matters is on assisting families with services that support prevention. Red Lake has been a Tuahe pilot tribe since 2015. For those of you who may be unfamiliar with what the Tuahe Initiative is, it began with 6 pilot sites and has since expanded to 10. It has been tribally driven since its inception, and we have been pivotal and instrumental in selecting the new additional pilot tribes. The initiative is made up of several human services, public safety, and justice program funding streams and aims to provide the flexibility and community-specific programming to most successfully uplift and support families and children. In Red Lake, the Tuahe Initiative has provided us a structure that more effectively supports our families involved with family and children's services. This year, we have provided $1.7 million back in direct family assistance to the relatives we serve in our community. These funds support a comprehensive array of needs within individual families. I think all of us here know that when we address poverty within our community, we also strengthen families and reduce out-of-home placements. We also make sure our Ojibwe language and culture are at the forefront of all services. We begin with changing the name of our program from Family and Children's Services to Obimindwa Gidinawe Magani Nadug, which means uplifting our relatives. Like many of you, on the Red Lake Nation, we are painfully aware of the lasting impact of removing our children from our communities. We understand that when families enter the child welfare system are often in crisis. We see generations carrying the trauma that is the result of a system meant to oppress and separate us. When our agency receives reports of abuse or neglect, trauma-informed decisions are made using our Anishinaabe intergenerational practice model. We work hard to keep our children on the homeland with family and in the community. That alone is a foundational shift in the last decade whose impacts we can physically see. We see our children at home. We see our babies swimming in our beautiful lake. We see them playing on the playgrounds. We see our babies dreaming because our dreams can come true. They do come true. When a higher level of care is needed, we now have the Children's Healing Center, which is a Tuahe-funded residential facility on the homelands in Red Lake. Another innovative aspect of the Children's Healing Center is that we have youth that provide the services to our relatives. So it's youth that are in the facility, and we also have youth 18 to 24 who are working directly with them. In 2018, we revised our Tribal Child Welfare Code in order to take over full jurisdiction of tribal child welfare cases. The goal of Obimindwa is to decolonize our practices and bring a culturally specific approach to our intergenerational Anishinaabe practice model. As a nation, we are leading with our culture and language while also updating our tribal codes to reflect this way of thinking. The Red Lake Nation has reduced out-of-home placements by 63% over the past 5 years. Tuahe is successful not only because of the Tuahe is successful not only because of the flexible federal funding that we receive, but it has to do with innovative leadership under our director, Sherry Goodwin, the support of our tribal council, and the pursuit of our dreams and self-determination for tribal nations, while also strengthening tribal, county, state, and federal systems. Our tribal code includes this provision. It is the fundamental belief of the Red Lake Band of Chippewa Indians that its children are the sacred responsibility of the tribe. Our chairman, Daryl Siki, has always encouraged us at Obimindwa to bring our babies home, and so that is exactly what we are doing. We have finally turned the tide in our effort to live up to this commitment. We have made significant progress working alongside our federal partners, but more needs to be done. Relevant federal law, specifically recent amendments to the Major Crimes Act, have allowed the FBI to overstep its authority at the Red Lake Nation. Based on the expanded jurisdiction over child welfare issues in the amendments to the Major Crimes Act, the FBI is inserting themselves into child welfare issues in a manner that both disrespects the governmental sovereignty of the tribe and undermines the goals or the programs I've outlined for you. Our experience has shown that it is critical for the Department of Justice to properly educate the U.S. attorneys and FBI agents on this trust responsibility that federal agencies have with tribal nations. Specifically, what the trust responsibility means when federal law enforcement is requesting information and interacting with tribal nations. Until just recently, the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI had been regularly serving subpoenas for information pertaining to child welfare cases that are administered by the Red Lake Family and Children's Service Department. The federal agents felt comfortable serving subpoenas on any individual in any tribal program, and they did not appear to recognize any limits on their activities. Because of the intimidating nature of the contacts by the FBI, the Red Lake Tribal Council developed a statement of protocol for the federal officials to follow in order to place boundaries on them. Recently, the Red Lake Band was informed that Andy Luger, the United States Attorney for Minnesota, had requested that Assistant Secretary Brian Newland assist the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI in getting around the Red Lake Band's protocol for serving subpoenas and obtaining information from the tribe. The U.S. Attorney never considered that when dealing with Red Lake, he was dealing with a separate sovereign, nor did he consider that the federal government, including the U.S. Attorney, has a trust responsibility to deal with the tribe on a government-to-government basis. Recently, Red Lake officials met with staff from Assistant Secretary Newland's office in an effort to improve the current relationship between the Red Lake Band and the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI. Red Lake officials were happy to hear the Assistant Secretary's staff report that the Assistant Secretary response to the U.S. Attorney is this: the BIA has a trust responsibility to the Red Lake Band, and the BIA will be assisting the Red Lake Band and not the U.S. Attorney's Office. Miigwech, Secretary Newland. I will stress again that it is critical for the Department of Justice to properly educate U.S. attorneys and FBI agents on this trust responsibility. We fully support the tribal priority request that a Native American attorney advisor be placed in the Attorney General's office to ensure the Department of Justice is carrying out the stated priorities of the administration in consulting and supporting tribal governments. Miigwech.
Aho.
Thank you for that. Our next question is for Acting Assistant Secretary Hild. Could you tell us about one or two key initiatives, I know there are many, the Indian Child Welfare Act Working Group has accomplished or is currently working on, and how are these initiatives positively impacting Native families, children, and mending past wrongs?
Thanks for that question, Devin, and a real honor to be up here with my federal colleagues and tribal leaders representing the Administration for Children and Families. For context, we brought together the ICWA working group with our partners at DOI and DOJ back in 2022, really in preparation for what we thought could be a bad decision in Brackeen, and really preparing, kind of plans B, C, and D, right? And I think through that process, we realized there was a larger set of things we needed to be doing post Brackeen, which, as Nira mentioned, we all celebrated in June, to really realize the spirit of ICWA. And I think for us, that means tribal sovereignty. That means taking culturally appropriate steps within our programs to support tribes to, I think as you said, bring your babies home. And to do everything that we have within our administrative ability to realize the spirit of ICWA. And so that's what we've set out to do. And I'll just mention kind of three things, Devin, if that's okay. The first is listening to tribes. And Chairwoman Blaker, I'm so glad you mentioned Assistant Secretary Newland's visit, because I think his first call was to me after he visited with you and brought up the 40 issues. So please know we're working together. In the past year, we've done 3 joint consultations with DOJ and DOI around ICWA and Indian country. ACF has also convened 4 state and tribal ICWA convenings in some of our regions. And through that, we've really got a roadmap of what we need to do at ACF. So the first thing we did this year is we issued 5 state tribal partnership grants for implementing best practices in ICWA. We're going to do that again next year, because one thing we heard loud and clear is that unless the relationship with the state is strong and the state is following ICWA, we're not going to get where we need to go. We're also investing in tribal courts. So we issued 4 tribal court improvement grants this year. We'll do another round next year. We're also really being intentional about getting our senior leaders to Indian country. Every one of my senior leaders has visited Indian country multiple times this year. Our Office of Child Care Director was just in Alaska, New Mexico last week doing consultations. And we're really trying to lean in to making sure that part of our nation-to-nation commitment is going out and seeing you and seeing things on the ground and with our own eyes and hearing from your people. And we're going to keep doing that. The other thing we're trying to do is really with our staff, ingrain in them an understanding of historical trauma and the context of our nation-to-nation work with tribes. So this year we had a 5-part training series for about 100 of our staff who engaged directly with tribes that provided historical context as well as an emphasis on how we consult with tribes and how we engage with tribes. And part of what I want to do before I leave this chair is make sure that what we're leaving behind with our career staff is a commitment and an understanding to working with tribes. And then on the policy side, Anira mentioned the kinship reg, and the thing I would just lean in there is that the language in the final rule is flexible in terms of defining kin based on tribal custom and history. And each of these plans will be done at the state level. And so the thing that we're directly encouraging states to do, but I would encourage all of you as tribal leaders, is to make sure you're at the table when these plans are being made. There is incredible flexibility within the reg to recognize kin in as broad a way as possible that respects tribal custom and history. And so please, please do that. The other thing we're doing in the reg space is we're trying to restore ICWA data elements into AFCARS. I couldn't tell you what the acronym stands for, but AFCARS is our big child welfare data system. And it really is the place where we can understand how many children are coming into the system, demographic information. Back in the Obama administration, we put ICWA data elements in. They were removed in the last administration, and we're committed to restoring those data elements, and hopefully you'll see that proposed rule in the coming months. And then the final thing I'll mention, and I think my co-panelists touched on this really eloquently, is that tribes know best what their families need. It's not people like me sitting in an office in DC. And so we really are leaning in to what we can do through 477. This year, we've recommended, and our colleagues at BIA have approved, 2 new ACF programs to be incorporated into 477 plans. LIHEAP, that's the Energy Assistance Program. And then last month, we announced Title 4B, which is Child Welfare Prevention Funds. And so, we want to go as far as the law allows us in terms of creating flexibility and recognizing tribal sovereignty and administering our programs. And we think that's what's needed, again, to fully realize the spirit of ICWA. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And our last question is to Director So. There are many initiatives related to Native families and maternal health that HHS has worked on this past year. What has IHS specifically been working on to protect and support Native families and children?
Thank you for that question, Devin, and good afternoon. Shay Rosen Soyan Shet, they cheating slons on a so, but she's don't is Again, I'm a citizen of the Navajo Nation. These are very, very good questions, and I'm just engrossed in some of the comments and what we're hearing here. So again, across Indian Health Service, over the past 15 months, my role has been to make sure that we're maximizing all resources that go out to Indian country, and first starting with my colleagues across HHS, and making sure that there is understanding, making sure that we are doing everything that we can to bring resources to Indian country in whatever topic, whatever space, and wherever the resources are. So that some of the things that we are doing, particularly with regards to maternal health, is then working with HRSA, again, a colleague within HHS, to make sure that everyone knows about the mental health hotline that is available for our families that are in this particular space. The hotline provides, again, supports before, during, and after services for not only the patient, but also the family members in terms of the services that might be needed. The hotline also includes the languages in over 60 different languages, some of them including tribal languages. If you don't have that number, it's 1-833-TLC-MAMA. One more time, 1-833-TLC MAMA. So again, and then we're also working within IHS to make sure that our teams are fully prepared to make sure that all resources are available to them when we're addressing any issues that are out there for any of our new moms or moms to be that are coming online. But I do want to state again, what we're doing, what Jeff said earlier about the services that we're looking at and that we're building at the Indian Health Service is first, patient first. And then, and equally, what the tribes believe that the needs are for their patients. It is no longer driven by the federal government saying we know it all or we're going to do this. It really is moving towards what does the tribal community need to make sure that we build out and support those kinds of services for all of our patients that we serve.
Great, thank you for that. And I actually see that we have a couple minutes left. So I know we have a special announcement, but I think we might take a minute to see if we have any questions from the audience for our panel while we have them. Are there questions?
Could I ask a question here? You know, we talk about, and what I see is a lot of good communication that's beginning to happen. And when we look at ICWA and the attacks that keep happening on it, I think you guys, if you could open up lines of communication with states, continue that education with them, especially states that may not have tribes and may not be familiar with them, so that if they have Indian children, that they know and understand that they have a community somewhere. I see different states will reach out to us, which is great. We'll always answer them, you know, yes, that's one of our children, or no, that's not one of our children. But there are states that don't do that, and we still have children being lost in the system. So if you could open up lines of communication with your state agencies and continue that, it has to keep going so that they understand that, and then we're not heading back into court for yet another battle for our children. It's bewildering to us when we see we have to fight for our children in 2023, that we're holding our breath when a Supreme Court is, you know, deciding the fate of our kids again. So lines of communication, one of the biggest things that we see is needed. And Miigwech for the acknowledgement of kinship. We're different. I was one of those children that was taken away. And when I came back, it was my uncle who raised me, and my older cousins, they kept me to task. You know, I had no mother. So we're different, you know, we're different. And I'm forever grateful to my older cousins for raising me like they did. But that's our community. It takes a community to raise children, and that's where, you know, our tribes are and stuff. So. And perhaps when we look at Title 4E, we might be able to look at talking to other agencies about one of the issues with foster care is maybe the home isn't compatible to the regulations that may be needed. So when we look at a house that may need some modifications, maybe we can look at reaching out to HUD and maybe seeing if they would raise their income guidelines so people can get help with restructuring their houses. Maybe they need an extra bedroom. Maybe they need additional bathroom. There's these measurements and stuff that need to be done. So if we can reach out to other agencies to, you know, and help with that. So Miigwech for all the work that all of you are doing. It's much appreciated.
Thank you. You've raised a series of issues, and I'll try and tackle a one or two, and others can address them as well. First and foremost, talking about the Supreme Court and fighting against this, fighting against their some conceptions about family. And, you know, at the heart of the Supreme Court case was this contested question of whether a child from a tribe, whether federal policy can still ensure that, you know, the first and foremost focus of the federal government policy is to keep the child with the tribe. And that was attacked in the Supreme Court, and we were all very worried about what would happen. And I think it is just really important that the concept that children children are part of the community of the tribe, and the way that both of you have beautifully described the sense of community is what's so important for us to understand, and why it's shifted our own understanding of federal policy and really expands our own notion of how the federal government should respond to all families. and how our actions on having a broader understanding of what the family is, like grandparents and aunts and uncles, and thank you for sharing your story, can reminds all of us, and really we can learn from the experience of tribes and the knowledge of tribes. And so I'd say this is an ongoing process. I am pleased that the Supreme Court moved in the direction it did. It is unfortunate that it was even a contested question, but it's also vital that we learn from and continue our actions and think about even greater flexibilities and greater ways that we can drive our understanding to states so that states themselves think first and foremost, how do they reunite children with tribes? I appreciate this issue. I think we should focus on it from a policymaking perspective, how at the federal level we can drive that understanding to reach more and more states, particularly states that don't have tribes themselves, may not be thinking this way. It's a reorientation towards responsibility that we can help shoulders. So thank you for raising that.
And just one quick thing on kinship, the kinship part of your question, Chairwoman. So what the regulation does is basically create a different standard for kin families. So a standard that's keeps health and safety in mind, but is not as stringent as what we would require for sort of stranger foster families. So that's the idea, is to acknowledge that we want children in kinship placements, and those standards should be different than regular foster care.
Great, thank you. And I actually see we only have about 1 minute left, so I apologize, but we just want to make sure we have time for a special announcement. Director So.
Good afternoon. I can hardly contain myself. And it's been like this for a bit now. Can we ask all of our veterans, if you can, could you please stand for us, please? Our veterans, anyone?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And then I'm going to ask my VA colleagues, Dr. Upton and your team, if you could just please stand. Thank you, thank you. You know, Indian Health Service for over 2 decades has had a formal agreement with the Veterans Administration and the services that are provided in our IHS facilities and tribal facilities and urban facilities for that matter, and that we've been working, we've been at the table for reimbursement for some time now and trying to get that agreement renewed. And so I'm so pleased to be the first one to tell you that we do have an agreement in place now, and we will be rolling that out very, very quickly, probably within the moment here as I'm announcing this. And it's so important that we continue to, as I said earlier, how important it is for all of the federal government to continue to raise and work with each other to make sure that all of resources are flowing to Indian country. So this is, again, the first one of the significant changes in this new agreement will be reimbursement for PRC, patient and referred care activities. Yes. And there's also some consideration in there for travel as well. So we will make sure that everyone has access to that agreement here pretty quickly. But, you know, today's announcement is really a result of our agency's continued collaboration and shared commitment as we ensure that American Indians and Alaska Native veterans have access to the highest quality of care that they deserve. This agreement will expand our ability to care for greater numbers of American Indians and Alaska Natives, and the priority, and make them the priority, and keep them as our priority, not just our respective agencies, but the ones that hold significant personal significance to me as my father. I am the daughter of a Korean War veteran. So I just want to say again that I also want to tell you a story. I sent my team to the Veterans Administration negotiation table, and I said, don't come back until you get everything that I asked for. And I kept tabs and like, you know, how close are we? How close are we? And then I went over and met with the VA secretary and said, look, you owe this to us. Get it done. And so we got it done in record time. Thank you to our veterans. Thank you, tribal leaders, for keeping us accountable for making this happen.
Great. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, panelists. Thank you, tribal leaders.
For your question. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our panelists for healing and protecting Native languages and cultures.
Are we ready?
She's on.
Okay, the secretary's on. Okay. All right. Well, Sakoli, everyone. Swagwait, Tracy Kennard, good luck, Niunyats. Wage Slay Wage, Nita Kita Loda, Okale, Oniat Daoga. Oniot Daoga no Ni'i. Sorry. My name is Tracy Kennard. Good luck. I just introduced myself in Oneida. I'm a Bear Clan I'm a member of the Bear Clan and a member of the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin. I'm also Muskogee Creek, Tloptlaco Tribal Town, so Hingche Stango. I serve as Senior Advisor to Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs, Brian Newland, here at the Department of Interior. I want to welcome you to this very important panel on healing and protecting Native languages and cultures. This panel will highlight some of the major progress the Biden-Harris administration has made to begin healing and protecting Native languages and cultures. This includes DOI's Federal Indian Boarding School Initiative, the National Endowment for the Humanities, and DOI's Boarding School Oral History Project, and HHS's recent 10th Annual Native Language Summit. It is important to the Biden-Harris administration that we recognize the role that the U.S. government played in the forced removal and assimilation of our Native children from their homes and suppressing and eradicating their Native identities, languages, and cultures. It was these policies that made it easier for the federal government to dispossess our tribal nations of their homelands. But this recognition and acknowledgement is just the first step in our healing process. It is also critically important to this administration that we proactively address these historical policies and intergenerational trauma in a myriad of ways and develop new, strong policy with tribal nation input and with hopes to successfully revitalize and protect Native identities, languages, and cultures. In today's panel, we'll hear from esteemed tribal and federal leaders and hopefully make some time for audience Q&A. I know these are tight panels, but we're gonna do our best. And I'd also like to take note, and it's fitting for the subject matter of this particular panel, that this is the first all Native panel of the summit. So federal leaders and our tribal leaders. I'm going to give our two tribal leaders an opportunity to introduce themselves here momentarily, but I want to let you know who else is on stage with me. She needs no introduction, but we have the Secretary of the Department of Interior, Secretary Deb Haaland. Hello, Secretary Haaland. We hope you're feeling better. We also have Chair Shelley Lowe right next to me from the National Endowment for the Humanities. She's I believe, the second female and first Native chair of NEH. And we have Commissioner Patrice Kunesh from the Association for Native Americans from the Department of Health and Human Services. Now I'm going to ask Councilman David Boxley from Metlakatla Indian Community to introduce himself, and then Chairwoman Gina Katkak from the Menominee Indian Nation after that.
Good noon, thank you. Samoagat, Simigiget, Sigam Hananak, the Kagiget, the Tratnis Nusum go in Al Algera, then a liptip tapsum. Gibam Lacha, di wayu, Lach Gibu deep aero. Takwandi will watgo, the needy will zaro. Skogia quad in a guadu, lach skik deep echt. Skuksent u, dem hoirum how you. Upska raskau, a yalka will a how you. Dem hoksku, trani get a gua a lach stupel. At a omtka gordu, the achku and dem. Inam go walayu an a lip aliago at a godi hashara trani alugi get watka the na governmentum and thodum lach yub. Chiefs, nobles, noble women, counselors, I am honored to be here among you, and it's hard for me to put into words just how fortunate I feel. My name is Gibam Lacha. I belong to the Wolf Clan, the Tsimshian Nation. I come from and live in my community of Metlakatla, Alaska. My father is David Albert Boxley of the Eagle Clan, and I hope that I can add to this conversation today, both for what is needed for my own language, but also all of us who are fighting to save ours. All of us. It's such a neat thing to speak to an audience like this. Thank you.
Yago, thank you. Chairwoman?
My name is Gina Kakak. I'm an enrolled member of the Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin. I'm a direct descendant of Chief Grizzly Bear and Chief Akinipwe, and I'm the current chairwoman of the Menominee Nation. I'm very honored and humbled to be here sharing this space with everyone. And like Councilman said, it's a very empowering feeling to be in a room full of tribal leaders. So I went in for that, and thank you for allowing us to be here.
Thank you. And federal leadership, when I call on you for your question, please feel free to add to your introduction as you see fit. My first question is for Secretary Haaland. And Secretary Haaland, you'll have 4 minutes to answer this question. Why was it important for DOI to launch the Federal Indian Boarding School Initiative, and how does it align with the President's prioritization to protect and revitalize Native languages and cultures?
Thank you so much, Tracy, for the question, and thank you for keeping me cognizant of the time. Gwatsi haupa duhiname itsatiwitsa shui mihanu. I first want to preface my answer by acknowledging the staff who are Indigenous, who worked on this initiative, putting their own trauma aside to promote the healing that our country needs. I'm also honored to be on this panel with all of you. So thank you so much for being here. And of course, every day, I wish that I could be there in person with all of you. It was important for me to launch the boarding school initiative because I know personally how much pain and trauma that era caused not only to my family, but caused to every Indigenous person I know. I've said that often. It was the perpetual elephant in the room, but nobody knew what was really wrong. So much of what oppressed our people through the decades started with boarding schools. On the day that the Kamloops mass grave came to public knowledge, my op-ed in the Washington Post was set to print the next day. And that kind of laid out what boarding schools did to Indigenous people just across the border from there. It made me believe that this issue was meant to fester when it did, and we were not supposed to stand by and watch, but to actively participate in solutions. This issue is large and it's ugly and it needs to see the light of day, and that's exactly what this boarding school initiative is doing. During our Road to Healing sessions, the loss of language was the possession that most people spoke of with regret. Some people blame themselves like I often do. One man said that he never lost his language, that it was stolen from him. Our native language is everything. It defines every facet of our world, from where our people stood, walked, created, and practiced ceremony. The President and the First Lady have both been very strong and supportive on this issue, and they both realize personally that to truly heal from this terrible past, our children must have the full opportunity to understand the world from the perspective that our ancestors intended. Along with the First Lady, I was proud to visit the Cherokee Language Immersion School in Oklahoma, where Chief Hoskin, with the support of the Biden administration, is making language learning a top priority. And you can tell that it is wonderful for the children to have that opportunity. So in answer to your question, the boarding school initiative highlighted an issue, and the Biden administration is working to help tribes find the best solution using many tools in their own way and for their people. Thank you, Tracy.
Yago, thank you, Secretary Howland. And we're really grateful for your leadership in this space. It really means a lot to Indian country. My second question is for Chair Lowe. And again, 4 minutes. In line with DOI's Federal Indian Boarding School Initiative, what are some initiatives that NEH is working on to shed light on federal Indian boarding school policies and experiences?
Thank you, Tracy. Yat e she shalilo yinashia belagana neshle nanastasia touching bashache belagana dashache do troba dashanale. My name is Shelley Lowe. I'm a citizen of Navajo Nation. I'm chair of National Endowment for Humanities. National Endowment for Humanities, or NEH, is a federal funding agency. And when I came into this position last year in February, Secretary Haaland had just announced the Federal Indian Boarding School Initiative. And I came in and I made it very clear to the staff, this is something that we need to fund. This is something that we need to support. I'm going to always acknowledge Secretary Haaland and Assistant Secretary Newland for taking the leadership and for creating this opportunity for us to do this work, because it's not something that we've done before. This is a first for us, and it's an important task that we need to be really supporting and paying attention to. But I came into my position and I asked for a meeting with Secretary Haaland, and I sat down with her and I said, this is exactly what NEH supports. We have been doing work supporting boarding school related projects for years. We funded Away from Home at the Heard Museum. We funded a project through the Genoa Indian School in Nebraska. We have funded language and cultural revitalization programs. But we needed to come to the table and say, NEH wants to support this. It's important that we can digitize these records. It is important for us to be able to tell the American people, particularly tribal members, this is what is in the federal record. She did not fall out of her chair when I told her how much money I wanted to give her. And we worked through a process to say, what is it that we can do and we can fund? So NEH and DOI have an interagency agreement. NEH provided $4 million towards the digitization of the federal records and towards creating this oral history project. Part of the oral history project is, as you know, we have to tell this story ourselves. We have to allow space and a place and a time for our tribal members who have been through boarding schools to share their stories. And I've had the opportunity to sit in on some of the listening sessions that Brian, Assistant Secretary Newland and Secretary Holland have supported. And I've listened to individuals say, you're coming and you're hearing our stories, but now what? You're gonna go back into your offices and what's gonna happen after that? So I sat down with my staff, and I want to acknowledge Jason Pacino, who's in the room, our new strategic advisor for Native Affairs. And I said, we have to be able to support communities after this. So we've developed a few more opportunities for tribes to be able to assess for themselves what they need to do as you grapple with this history. So we have a new Chair's Grant opportunity for communities to tell us exactly what it is that you want to do. Do you want to do your own listening sessions? Do you want to do your own oral history projects? Do you want to start digitizing records you might have in your own collections and files? Do you want to create language programs and curriculum? And if you do, we want to be able to support you in that. But we also want to be able to make sure that our regular grant funding lines are open to the projects that support this as well. We will be supporting scholarly research for individuals who are wanting to do this work. We will be supporting convenings to talk about where we go and what our next steps. And we'll be supporting educational initiatives. So if you want to build curriculum, if you want to create education programs for your communities, for your states, for your regions. One of the initiatives that we really want to make sure happens out of all of this work is that this is a history that's told to the public, that they understand that this happened, and they understand that this is what Native communities have had to deal with, are continuing to deal with, and will move forward dealing with. And we need to make sure that this is something the public understands and knows, and that we have the opportunity to move ourselves forward. So we're just delighted to be able to support this work and keeping it going.
Thank you. Yes, round of applause. I want to take the privilege of being the moderator here just to make a quick comment. I don't know, but I don't think we would have seen the same amount of commitment or dedication coming from another federal agency like NIH with the commitment they're making on this project and this initiative if we hadn't had a Native leader in this position. I think this underscores the importance of having Native leadership in high-level senior positions within this administration. And I'm just really grateful that this administration is making those changes and moves to put as many Native leaders in these positions as possible. So thank you very much. All right, so the next question is for Councilman Boxley and Chairwoman Katcak. And Councilman Boxley will go to you first. But as we've seen, the Biden-Harris administration has embarked in centering voices and experiences of tribal members affected by these policies. Given that both of your tribes were and continue to be hugely impacted by these past policies, could you comment on how the administration's initiatives have helped or will help your tribes, and what more needs to be done? You first, yes.
Thank you for the question. I would say off the bat, it is pleasant to feel listened to, and putting Indigenous people in positions like yours does mean something. If anyone is in the room who could tell me, matter of fact, Metlakatla Indian community is waiting to hear whether or not we're receiving the Living Languages grant. I was hoping the word would come in before I sat on this panel. So at the moment, we're waiting on on that information. But that leads me to the things that could be done better. One of the downsides, I feel like we spoke backstage about having Indigenous people in your positions, is that when we still have criticisms of the government, we're having to say it to our own people, and that's sometimes pretty hard. So for Metlakatla, my perspective on this is going to be based from a community that is watching our language slip away, and that there are less than maybe about 60 fluent speakers left in the world. When I was born in 1981, there were about 150 fluent speakers just in the community of Metlakatla. When I moved home in 2015 to try to become fluent in Tsimaliaq, that's the name of the Tsimshian language, there were 6, and today there is 1. I spent 5 years working with my teacher, Sarah Booth, and the language I'm able to use now is in great part due to her and my current teacher, Teresa Lowther, who I meet with over Zoom because she lives in Victoria, British Columbia. We are in a desperate position, and it's not for lack of trying. Matter of fact, right now there are probably more Tsimaliaq learners than there have ever been, and it's something to be very proud of. The problem is that we're running out of speakers. And one of the things that I would really like the government to consider is removing any obstacles for cross-border cooperation between tribes whose people straddle the United States-Canadian border, and I'm sure it's a similar situation across the Mexican border. This work is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. I'm an artist by trade. I'm a totem pole carver. You can find a totem pole my dad and I did in the rotunda of the Museum of the American Indian. And I just started my second term on council, so even this language work and political work is pretty new to me. But I've found that having been brought up around my language, my great-grandfather was alive till I was 10, and the cultural training I received from my father and my other elders and mentors has prepared me for this position, oddly enough. And I find that where in my personal life I maybe avoid conflict too much, that I can sit on a stage like this and say things like, it is absolutely ridiculous that we have to compete for federal funding for language revitalization. It's ridiculous. I find it offensive because in 1915, my people wrote a letter to the United States government. They saw that neighboring communities received higher educations than our missionary provided us. Our missionary, though, learned our language and preached and taught bilingually. The United States government agreed to bring a school to Metlakatla, and from then on, our children were punished for speaking our language. So I know who is responsible for the state of my language, and I feel like the effort that was put in to exterminating our languages needs to be put into bringing them back. That's just the way it is. That's the way it ought to be. And I would advise the BIA to make their #1 goal, just like it's our #1 goal, to create more fluent speakers than we're losing. We constantly put mid-level learners in teaching positions that is never going to create a new generation of fluent speakers. And I'm sure there are a lot of other nations that are in the same position that we're in. It is not enough to say you have a language program if the goal is not to create the fluent speakers needed to have the capacity to teach. That is the bottom line. That's it. I'd love to have this panel on the first day of the summit when more people are here. I think that's it's very important. I want to thank the council and executives in Metlakatla for supporting me in coming out here. I want to thank my teachers, Sarah Booth and Teresa Lowther. Awil Nitni, They're the reason I can talk to you in my language today. And my father and my mother for putting up with a creative kid that doesn't know when to stop talking. Thank you very much.
You go, Councilman. And I really am appreciative. I first met the councilman about 1.5 years ago. I had the privilege to visit with the Assistant Secretary the community of Metlakatla, and just how warm and inviting they were, how warm and inviting you were, and you don't need to ever apologize to any of us for the criticisms. You know, it's our responsibility to listen to those criticisms and do a better job and try to do a better job on these issues. And that's why, for me personally, this is really important work. And I'm just really grateful for the hospitality your community showed us, especially getting to see your children sing and dance in their language in the Longhouse. So thank you for those words. Chairwoman, I'm going to ask you the same question.
All right, thank you for that question. I'll do my best to fit 150 years in 4 minutes. I didn't make it. Yeah, all right. So for Menominee, we've survived many harsh chapters in our history, from government boarding schools to termination to relocation. Throughout the 19th century, we were forced to grant over 9 million acres of land to the United States, leaving us with 240,000 acres for our current reservation. The United States took the remaining lands through the Menominee Termination Act. We opposed the federal government's disastrous Indian termination policies of the 1950s and fought for its reversal. This led to the passage of the Menominee Restoration Act of 1973. This not only rectified the injustices of termination, but also restored our sovereignty. It not only impacted Menominee, but all tribal nations. This month marks the 50th anniversary of restoration for the Menominee people. Thank you. The Menominee Restoration Act sought to allow us to regain our reservation lands by requiring the United States to accept the lands back into trust when transferred by a Menominee member. This is a huge burden on the tribe, as it is the tribe that must purchase the lands, not the United States. There is a small group of non-native landowners that are attempting to stop us from reacquiring our lands. They have placed restrictive covenants on lands to prohibit the tribe to reacquire land. This is a deliberate attempt to obstruct both tribal and federal law. We have spent years and thousands of dollars fighting these covenants after it was sued in Wisconsin State Court and currently await a decision from the Court of Appeals. We fight this battle to uphold federal law and our rights under federal law. We hope the United States will join Menominee in fighting to uphold its rights under federal law. Although restored, we still see the impacts of termination today. A common factor in all the needs of the Menominee tribe is funding. Our reservation is ranked at the bottom for health outcomes in Wisconsin. There's a critical need to expand the existing tribal clinic. There's a glaring need to provide greater educational opportunities to those living on the reservation, restoring our language, supporting elders, diversifying the forest economy, and restoring tribal lands. The list goes on and on. But our resiliency shows in our revitalization efforts. Over the last century, our language was targeted by the government and religious institutions, specifically boarding schools. Today, we have an alarmingly low number of first and second language speakers. Our language is at risk of becoming extinct. Through the resiliency and perseverance of our elders, our language has partially remained intact. Our tribal government has made it a priority and created the Menominee Language and Culture Commission Code. Today we have a Menominee Language Trainee Program, Immersion School, and Youth Immersion Program. We have people that are passionate about our Maknamanee Wet'suwet'en, our Menominee language. And Menominee U is a 501c3 community grassroots organization who recently broke ground for a language campus where the language and culture can thrive in a natural environment. We are taking steps towards healing by addressing issues that take priority over basic daily needs, like our traumas, AODA, and loss. We realize necessary factors for healthy Menominee people, our culture, language, elders, and our relationship to Mother Earth. Our resources are limited to meet the needs of 9,000 tribal members. Yesterday, we watched as President Biden signed an executive order to support tribal nations and promote self-determination. And I'd like to say thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing and acknowledging that. This is a step in the right direction. The federal government's financial assistance have continued to sustain many tribal programs. We deserve this, and we should not have to compete. The Menominee Nation will continue to look forward to our government-to-government relationships. Metro Manan and it.
Yago, thank you. I think that you've highlighted some really phenomenal things your tribe is doing to move Native language protection and revitalization forward. And I, for one, look forward to coming out and visiting your community and taking notes and learning myself on some of the ways, we talk a lot, those of us working on the Native language work here in this administration, including my colleagues on stage and Secretary Holland. I think one thing we're learning about is we're not the ones with the answers. You are, as tribal leaders and tribal communities. What we need to do is help support you, provide technical assistance and resources so that you can do the work in protecting your languages for your community and your citizens in the best way that is possible. And we have plenty of examples and models such as Menominee, so thank you for that. So now, Commissioner Kunesh, I'm going to turn to you next. In October, HHS, in partnership with DOI, Department of Education, and USDA, hosted its 10th annual Native Language Summit. How has this summit helped the administration shape the way HHS and overall the federal government approach policies, programming, and resources to revitalize and protect Native language and culture?
Thank you, Tracy, for that question, and thank you also for attending and being part of the summit. Hehane Washte, Patrice Kunesh Machiache. I'm a language learner, and every time I hear the language spoken, any Native language, it just sings in my heart, and I really strive to learn and listen and appreciate what it takes to be Native learner. The Administration for Native Americans, I just want to say, first of all, is one of these wonderful federal government funders of Native language revitalization and preservation. Unfortunately, it's also through competitive grants. And that is a tragedy, I would agree, because we have so many fantastic applications and projects and opportunities to really instill the love of language in the little children all the way up through college. So I'm very proud of the fact that we put out $16 million every year in language preservation and language immersion, but it certainly is not enough. And it breaks my heart to not be able to fund these really incredibly fantastic programs. But let me say about the Native Language Summit, it was my first opportunity to be part of the summit, and I was amazed at the energy and the excitement and the buzz around the room, and Native language learners and teachers and coming together and sharing their best practices, their great ideas, but also just celebrating Native languages together. It just so inspired me. So what I learned is that over the last 10 years at these summits, we've seen so many successful programs and strategies that have really helped revitalize Native languages. And this really shows from the language immersion programs. I got to see so many of these in my few months at ANA, from Cherokee Little Seeds, for example, infant language immersion, where mothers and children are singing and dancing in their native languages. to Native Hawaiian language immersion all the way up through college. So these are incredibly strong, robust, and really committed communities. We've also seen successes in adult language apprentice programs. And it really astounds me to see that tribes are committing precious dollars, from essential governmental services, but I do think this is an essential governmental service around supporting apprentices full-time, 5 days a week, and even language villages to ensure that the language survives and thrives. We really also learned about the ongoing challenges to this work and the tragedy, the loss of so many first language speakers to the COVID pandemic. Everywhere we go, we see and hear about the loss. And what's frightening is that some of these languages are near extinction. So this year's Native Language Summit highlighted activities in Native communities across the country and in the Pacific Islands as well, around the 4 pillars of the administration's 10-year Native Language Action Plan. And those 4 pillars are awareness, recognition, integration, and support. And let me just tell you what that means. So we're trying to raise national awareness about the critical importance of Native language and the state of this near extinction of so many of them. Recognition is what we've heard about earlier, of recognizing the federal government's responsibility and accountability for its role in past policy practices in the programs designed to eliminate Native languages, termination, boarding schools, forced relocation, and more. The other part is integration, and I think this is really the positive part of the work. It's about the purposeful act of rekindling and realivening, if that's a word, but you get the idea that we're trying to lift up the spirit, the voice of Native languages throughout Native communities, through the engagement in the community, as Tracy was saying. And we also want to allow non-Native into this space as well. Multilingualism, for example, is really important. And we see this expressed in activities such as voting, having Native language available at the voting booth, or applying for Social Security or Medicaid. And finally, support, and that's what we can do, is providing appropriate and sufficient resources to reclaim and restore and really preserve our language vitality and our identity. So I just want to say 2 more things. At the summit, I was really proud to announce ANA's Native Early Childhood Development Initiative. And the reason I say this in this context is that Native language is such an important part of brain development that is so critical at these early ages. And that brain development and that brain architecture really forms identity and resilience and healing. And lastly, I just want to make sure that everyone knows about the Durban Feeling Native Language Revitalization Act. And Congress has charged my agency, ANA, to do a national survey of all Native languages and to assess how many Native languages we are and the proficiency level. So we need all of you to be part of this survey and to tell us what is needed and what questions we need to know and to how to frame this work and report to Congress. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause for Commissioner Kunesh. It's really, truly an amazing effort across the administration right now. So I'm really grateful for your leadership at ANA and your leadership at NEH and Secretary's leadership at Interior. But, I also really want to give my thanks and gratitude to our tribal leaders on stage who are telling the stories of their people, their histories, why this is important, why it's important for those of us in the federal government to support and do this job and make sure that we are walking that talk or Yeah, you know that phrase. This is important work, and this administration is committed to it. And I'm just really honored and grateful every day that we have senior leadership that really allows us to do our jobs and to work on these types of critical issues facing Indian country. And to the tribal leaders on stage, you know, please keep doing what you're doing. Please hold us accountable. Please come and knock on our doors and tell us that you need more funding and we need to get out of the way and we need to make grants that aren't competitive, et cetera. We're listening, we're trying to do the work, and we're hoping to make a lasting, indelible mark on Indian country through this work we're doing. So please, everyone, give everyone a big round of applause and thank you, Yago, Mado. Thank you, Secretary Holland. Get well.
Please welcome to the stage our panelists for supporting tribal economic development.
Well, thank you, tribal leaders, for hanging in. Give yourselves a round of applause for, being here for the very last panel. But I would say that this is the best panel, so despite what we have all heard for the last 2 days. I'm happy to be here to moderate the panel, which is supporting tribal economies. It's very important to us. And so I would love to say, Wikis Yinawak, Natiwi Sungsquama time, Mutahashlin, Malerba Wachi Mohi Kanawak. I am, greetings everyone and good day. My name is Chief Many Hearts Lynn Malerba from the Mohegan tribe, and I am currently proudly serving as the Treasurer of the United States, and I'm very proud to represent Indian country. So this panel is really important to us because, as we've seen, there has been this rapid infusion of funding into Indian country. And we've seen a lot of support from President Biden's administration, as you heard yesterday with the executive order that talks about providing federal funding in a more flexible and culturally sensitive way, and to ensure that our departments are all working together, as well as, the bilateral infrastructure law, the American Recovery Plan, and, we have just seen such wonderful things happening in Indian country. And we all know that the number is $46 billion, but really it's $46 billion. And that's just amazing that we've been able to see the gains that we've had in Indian country. And we know that we're not done with the work that we have to do, but this work is really very important. And I've seen tribes throughout the United States being very creative, being culturally responsive in all of the projects and the works that they've done, whether it's housing or broadband reliability, creating broadband, doing microgrid projects, and all kinds of things, food sovereignty projects, and food processing plants to make sure that their tribal citizens have enough food. So we're really excited about the work that's happening in Indian country, and I'm so proud of all of the communities that I've been able to visit. I think the other thing that it has highlighted for us, though, is that there are capacity issues within Indian country, and that's something that we want to problem solve as an administration. So today, as we think about this, we want to think about how what tribes have said to us as we've been out and about in Indian country. And what we've heard is that tribes want federal funding to be more streamlined and to be more flexible and to be able to combine funding whenever possible so that you can have a long-lasting and sustainable effect within your communities. And so today, this panel is going to focus on some milestones and announcements from the Biden administration and bring to the forefront the perspective of the lone tribal leader on our panel. No pressure there, Lieutenant Governor Anatubby. So I'm going to ask him to introduce himself first, and then I'll introduce the rest of the panelists.
Thank you, Chief Malerba, or Madam Treasurer.
Either one is fine.
I'm so used to calling you Chief Malerba, but Sohochifo Chris Anoabi, Tishomingo Chickasaw. My name is Chris Anatubby, Chickasaw Nation Lieutenant Governor. I'm proud descendant of Bird Clan. And actually, this is something that's very meaningful to me, as well as my father, Governor Bill Anatubby. For years, we went, a lot of these traditions are passed down over time. We went many decades without really knowing that, and we were run upon that. We proud to say come from a long line of leaders from the Bird Clan, or Foshi Clan in our language. And actually, Anoabi is how it's pronounced in our language. It means to walk and kill, so better watch out. Proud warrior name, Chickasaw warrior name, so thank you. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak about these economic development opportunities, and thank you for allowing me to introduce myself in my language. I'm a little new at this, so did you ask me a question? I apologize.
Not yet,
okay,
not yet.
Good.
This is just to introduce yourself.
That'll
Right.
conclude my introduction, but thank you. I'm very honored to be amongst so many esteemed, tribal leaders, elders, people with much wisdom and knowledge. Utmost respect from me as a newer tribal leader. Look to learn so much from many of you as I look to our leaders as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so directly next to me is the Deputy Secretary of Treasury, Wally Adeyemo, also my boss, so we're very happy that he's here today. And I'm going to just introduce everyone, but in the interest of time, I would refer you to everyone's bios because everyone on this stage is very accomplished in their own right. So thank you if you will do that for me. Next is the Small Business Administrator, Isabella Guzman. Good to see you today. And seated next to her is the Office of Management and Budget Director, Shalonda Young, thank you. And next to her is the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary, Wheezy Little Elk Garapan. So thank you all for being here today. And now we'll get to the hard stuff, which are the questions. But hopefully, we're going to get through them all. I'm giving everyone, so I have to be the timekeeper here, but I'm going to ask you all to be Scout's honor and to look at the 4 minutes and whenever I ask you a question so that I don't have to be rude and give you the hook. So the first question is for Lieutenant Governor Anatubby. Could you comment on your nation's experience with the historic amounts of funding made available through the American Rescue Plan and the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act? And if you could provide some examples, we would really appreciate that.
Absolutely. And I think someone mentioned it before, giving a tribal leader a microphone. I'm going to do my very best for you, Chief, okay?
Thank you. I
So we don't
appreciate
put
that. I'm from
pressure
New
on
England.
you,
I'm going to hold
okay?
you to it.
But, you know, with the historic amounts of funding, of course, we were very, very thankful for the financial support. You know, we have great needs in our communities as far as our natural resources, clean water, clean air, lots of different priorities. I'll give a few examples. You know, we're also doing some new things. There were some new programs that we weren't really operating or running, that we had access to funding for these types of opportunities. We worked pretty well with our local communities on some of these needs. We took some of our ARPA funding. We worked with the local communities. We also worked with the Indian Health Service. We worked with the state as well. As you know, it might be difficult to imagine at times, but we have a lot of friends in the state legislature, you know, that we were able to work with in state agencies to evaluate the needs of the communities. We invested tens of millions of dollars along with our other partners to improve clean water, run new water lines, improve water lines, create wastewater treatment facilities where they were long needed. A lot of these small rural communities really need help upgrading their water systems, and they just don't have the funding or the tax base to do that. That's one area where we focused a lot of effort was infrastructure. And so we made that decision early on. Governor in our Natural Resources Office worked directly with those communities to improve. And we're talking a little bit about economic development. We know we have to have great infrastructure in order to develop the economies. And so this went hand in hand, clean water, new water treatment facilities. One particular area that we looked at that was very important, broadband's been mentioned. We applied for several grants and we're thankful to be awarded some sizable amounts to improve broadband to our rural citizens. I believe over 2,500 households will likely be affected with the investments that we were already doing some improvements to broadband, but coupled with this new federal funding, we were able to really spread it around a lot more. We're also working with the state and the broadband kind of coalition there to improve rural broadband. I mentioned a new program that we really didn't have much experience with, the SSBCI program. We're able to deploy, hopefully, we were allocated $16 million in order to promote, well, we created a collateral support program for entrepreneurs and our Chickasaw citizens or Native citizens that that need some help. Also, a venture capital program, so $8 million apiece. So I guess the verdict's still a little bit out on that because we are new, but we've got a great team at the Chickasaw Nation, and we're also getting technical assistance that was provided from Treasury. We're also I mentioned the broadband. That's going to touch a lot of. I may have gone over my 4 minutes already, Chief, but so clean water, water infrastructure, wastewater. Broadband, and also we want to promote economic activity by supporting our citizens. So I better move on. I believe I'm right on that time.
Well, you'll get another question, too.
I know. I've got a few more coming.
So this next one is for SBA Administrator Guzman. The SBA has played a critical role in helping grow the 14.6 million new business starts since President Biden took office. Can you share a little bit about the initiatives that your agency has led, like the American Rescue Plan funded Community Navigator pilot and your work to increase access to capital in Indian country?
Yes, and it's an exciting number. 14.6 million new business applications filed. That means that we're 50% higher than any other period in history. It's the number 1 year, number 2 year, now going on to the number 3 year in terms of rankings for business starts in our history, the history of it's being tracked. And so that just represents a lot of hope and optimism. When you jump in to start a business, as all our entrepreneurs know, it takes a tremendous leap of faith, risk-taking, but also a calculation that there's some opportunity to grow revenues for that business and seek opportunity to build wealth. And so this is a remarkable time for the administration, reflecting the policies like the American Rescue Plan funded programs that not only saved the existing small businesses in this country, but really created some opportunities as we've been investing in America beyond that with the historic legislation and the infrastructure and CHIPS and Inflation Reduction Act. So we really are hopeful in the future. But as the more than 350,000 Native entrepreneurs know, who create a 250,000 jobs out there in the communities, there are still barriers and challenges to accessing opportunity. And from day one, President Biden told me what my objective was, and that was to fill gaps in the marketplace, make sure that we didn't leave any communities behind. And it pained us all to see during the height of the pandemic in 2020, many communities left behind. Businesses unable to access PPP or COVID EIDL programs or any other programs for that matter that would really have saved so many businesses. And so from day one, it's been about filling those gaps, and it starts with trust and building networks in communities. And so the Community Navigator pilot program funded through the American Rescue Plan was an exceptional program because it invested in the local stakeholders, the local trusted organizations who had connections to community. And we funded over 44 hubs and spokes within the Community Navigator program, about 10% of all the grantees that focused on Indian country, including Awista Corporation, which focuses on CDFIs and strengthening native CDFI lending in this country. And we believe as a result of the thousands and thousands of hours of consulting, the businesses advised through this network, as well as our core networks at the SBA, that is why we've seen as well tremendous growth in capital access in this country under the president's leadership. SBA, for example, we put out about $50 billion a year, every year across our programs, investment programs, loan programs, disaster direct loan programs. And with this capital programs, we've seen over a third increase in the number and dollar amount, or excuse me, over 70% increase in the number of loans, and the dollar amount was almost double to Indian country. And nearly to see those kinds of growth statistics, and this happened across our underserved markets, it was a result of actions taken during the Biden administration to, one, build the connections to get businesses and communities capital ready, but also the reforms that we implemented across the capital programs, the expansion of our distribution network. We now have 11 Native lenders in our program as a result of the outreach that we've done, including just recently provided for the first time in decades, opened up our small business licensing company portfolio and awarded a license to Alaska Growth Capital. Bristol Bay runs Alaska Growth Capital, but this is an organization that's now going to expand across the country, starting with Washington and Hawaii and Montana, and focusing on tribal lending in particular. And this is an issue that we've really tried to hone in on and overcome some of the barriers to capital access that exist in our program. We've simplified eligibility and underwriting and expanded our distribution network so that we can continue to grow year over year by 70% plus to really ensure that the dollars get out into the community. And it's nearly $250 million that we put out in lending to Native borrowers last year in our programs, and we want to see that grow.
Well, that sounds terrific. And you know that there's such an entrepreneurial spirit in Indian country. There are so many small businesses, but they create such a wonderful economic opportunity, and not only for their own community, but for other local community members as well. So thank you for that. Lieutenant Governor Anatobi, I'm back to you. So given the recent executive order and the related efforts underway to streamline federal funding and contracting programs like the 8A program, what do you see as some of the biggest opportunities for Indian country in the economic development space, and what more could we be doing?
Well, I think the 8A program in and of itself is very special and unique. There are a lot of opportunities there. I think it might be good to provide some education and technical assistance to tribes and the organizations to implement it. It's not easy per se. We've been in an 8A. We've had an 8A for about, well, I guess over 20 years now. And we were talking backstage. It's had some ups and downs. But it's doing really well now. But it takes a little bit to get going, and you have to learn your way through it. There are a lot of opportunities with government contracting. The Buy Indian is also another thing that I heard that's very encouraging. There's a lot more opportunity there. What we're really talking about is the deployment of capital. That's going to promote that economic growth, whether it's through programs, whether it's through set-asides. Direct funding is always great. If we can figure out some programs to direct fund tribes for to stimulate these opportunities. We've seen that in our area in southeastern Oklahoma. We're very thankful, and really, as I visited around the country, it's working elsewhere. Every tribe is unique. Regions with different tribes are unique, so there's going to be some different opportunities. But really, each federal, agency or department, if they could find a way to have some set-asides for tribes to push it and streamline that directly to the tribe, it's best. It goes to the essence of our sovereignty and the ability to make decisions that our tribes are unique, and they can choose best locally what to do with that money and in the community. So thank you.
Thank you. As we say, if you know one tribe, you know one tribe,
Yeah,
right?
that's correct.
So Director Young, your office is so important to us, and tribes have recommended for quite some time improved coordination of federal funding programs in the federal budget process. And you have been very responsive, and you've held consultations for the first time. And it's important, I think, as we engage with you, to now think about, how we are going to focus on improving federal coordination. For instance, with the Access to Capital Initiative in the White House Council on Native American Affairs. Yesterday, the president took a giant step further with his executive order that I know you are very familiar with on federal funding yesterday. So I wondered if you could share with us major aspects of that executive order and what improvements the OMB has made to the annual budget process already, because I know you've been very responsive to Indian country.
Well, one, thank you if you've been on one of the many tribal consultations we have held. We promised to listen, and I think listen we have. We often talk a lot from the federal government side without listening. And my promise really was to listen and hold consultations. We're often that agency who's in the background supporting or nudging or saying no to our other fellow agencies who are up here. But Tribal Nation is smart. You know who OMB is, and you said, wait a minute, we need a direct line in. So we listened, and it is really joyful to have the direct line and to hear one thing that does not seem like a big deal, but is helpful, is we hired someone. We took them from HHS, and we have our first ever tribal lead at the Office of Management and Budget. And I hope administrations after the Biden administration keeps that position and builds that position out, because it is critical given the unique issues in tribal nation, Indian country that you face, and given the role that OMB has in our budget process. And we get to see things from the 10,000-foot level, and we get to help in program design. So as people look at set-asides and programs where it makes sense to ensure that tribes have a direct line of funding, those are the kinds of things we have a lot of influence over. So it's important that we listen directly. I was proud of the way ARP was set up. I got to work on the precursor to that legislation when I was staff director of appropriations. Nancy Pelosi had us working furiously, getting prepared for a future Biden administration and working on this fund, and the way I believe tribes were treated were fairly with your own direct source of funding. And from what I hear from the Lieutenant Governor and what I've heard from others is how much of a difference that funding has made. But I'm glad the President's taken a further step. OMB is going to oversee a tribal task force on budget, and it's just going to kick our consultation and our work on tribal issues from a budgetary standpoint into overdrive. We listen. Now it's time to put into action directly to make sure our budget is seen through the lens to make sure you have exactly what the Lieutenant Governor talked about. If you know one tribe, you know one. And it's our duty to make sure you have the resources you need to deal with, I know, very complex issues. But before we even got to this point with the new EO, one of the things I will always be proudest of, but I'll be prouder when we actually get it passed, is mandatory funding, which was the President's announcement last year at this tribal event for Indian Health Service. You're talking to an appropriator, and appropriators hate mandatory funding because we love the annual process. So you all have done so much good consultation. You even convinced me to support mandatory funding. That is huge. You know, it's hard to argue when we see the potential shutdowns and brinksmanship that, you know, it causes extreme duress across the federal government. And having a health system operate with these fits and starts is just a terrible way to manage a government, but certainly people's health care. So we're going to keep pushing to make sure the President's proposal becomes law. And I want to thank you, and I want you to know I'm proud to be working on that, and we're going to get it done. And this task force is just going to make sure that one discrete decision turns into a lot of big decisions that we see huge change in Indian country, and I'm excited to be a part of it.
Thank you. And we really do appreciate your support. Liz Carr has been wonderful, but mandatory funding is music to my ears. That was my doctoral project at Yale. If it ever happens, I'm going to take some credit for that.
You absolutely should, and for changing the mind of an appropriator.
All right, that sounds great. Secretary Adeyemo, we've made mention of the importance of access to capital and funding opportunities for tribes and Native businesses. And this includes continued disbursement of ARPA funds and full utilization of tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act. So I'd love to hear you comment a bit on Treasury's actions to improve access to capital and federal tax initiatives and your work in the Access to Capital Initiative. Thank you.
Well, let me start out by saying a word of thanks to you for your leadership, and I think that does deserve a round of applause.
I can be a nag.
Fundamentally, the thing that I've learned in my time in government is that people matter. Access matters. Positions matter. And having you in this seat matters, not only symbolically, but realistically in terms of the way the policy is made. And I'll tell you why. Today, for the first time in history, the Treasury Department has a tribal office that is staffed by tribal citizens, people who understand the issues, people who can advise their boss, you, but also advise me and the Secretary in terms of how we make policy that it better reflects the realities of the world as it is and as we want it to be. We don't have that office, honestly, without the support of people like the OMB director who's sitting over there. That deserves a round of applause because ultimately it requires money to do things in our government, and not having the money to do things has been a major inhibitor. Over the course of the Biden administration, the Treasury Department has been responsible for providing $30 billion of support to Indian country. That's a historic amount of money. But even more important from my perspective than the money is the deepening of the relationship on a nation-to-nation basis with Indian country through the Treasury Department. We have hosted more than 50 consultations at Treasury, 400 engagements. We've been to Indian country because we want to hear directly from you in terms of how we deepen this relationship going forward. And I'm going to only be able to speak for 4 minutes, but because of that, I brought with me 2 reports that have been published about the work we've been doing together. One that talks about housing stability in Indian country, which is critically important. And you've used $5.3 billion of the money that we've provided to help build housing for your communities, and we want to work with you to make sure that we can advance that more. Through programs like CDFIs. We provided $300 million, more than $300 million, to Native-owned or majority Native-owned CDFIs. Working closely with the SBA director, our goal is to make sure that that capital we've put in there is unlocked so that it can be invested in projects that help build housing, that help support small businesses. And I think what the Lieutenant Governor talked about in terms of the money that is going through SSBCI, the $16 million, is intended to make sure that not only are we providing resources that will support you in getting through the pandemic, but will help you make sure that your communities have economic self-determination as well by building a successful small business ecosystem. Over the course of the coming year, we're going to distribute an additional $60 million to more than 24 tribes. And the goal of this money is to make sure that it attracts private sector investment at a 10-to-1 ratio. Because what we know is that while we've provided a historical sum of money today, we have to make sure that going forward, we're investing in your community so they have the ability to be sustainable over the long run. And that speaks to the second report that I have here, which is around how the tax code and the new market tax credits can be used to do just that in terms of helping to build a relationship. So more than anything, more than the large amounts of money that we've provided through the American Rescue Plans and the other legislation, the most important thing for me, the most important thing for the chief, the most important thing for all of us is the deepening of relationships so we understand how we, working together, can ensure that you have the resources that are needed to provide for your tribal citizens and to make sure that your economies thrive, because that is critical to making sure that the American economy thrives. So we thank you for the work we've done together. We look forward to continuing that in the future, and unlocking the unrealized potential of your communities is central to our mission at the Treasury Department.
So thank you for that. And I do want to thank you for not just visiting Indian country, but asking us, when can you visit Indian country, and to make that a reality. I would just like to mention that Fatima Abbas, the first director of the Office of Tribal and Native Affairs, is here, and Josh Jackson, our policy advisor. But we do appreciate that partnership, and it is, everyone on this stage, it's your sincerity and your willingness to consider doing business a different way, and that's what's different about this administration. So my next question is for, you have such a long title here, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary Garapan. So we're happy to have you on the stage with us, and you've been a partner with us in so much of the work that we've done. So Interior is a major participant and leader in so many of the initiatives that we've discussed today. And I was laughing earlier. I said, you know, he's always sending me these really interesting articles about things that I might not have known about. One was this 30-year-old report from the Reagan administration, and it was fascinating. But I wondered if you could share a bit more about some of the deliverables that are coming out of the Access to Capital initiative, in addition to some of the updates on the Buy Indian Act and regulatory updates.
Absolutely, thank you. Hamitake pe iha chante washtena pe chuzapelo, wizip macha pelona, si chugula kota emachana. Aske gluipi tiosh by emata. Good afternoon, relatives. I greet you with a good heart. I am a citizen of the Rosebud Sioux tribe, and I come from the wrapped hair band of my people. This is a topic that is deeply personal to me. Prior to joining the administration, I ran my tribe's Economic Development Corporation, and we had a number of subsidiary businesses that did business locally and with the federal government. We had a nonprofit, and we had an emerging CDFI, and it was all housed under one roof. And so the opportunity to work on these issues is an honor and privilege. I want to talk about three things. First is the Buy Indian Act. And I want to underscore that leadership matters. The Buy Indian Act was first enacted in 1910, over 100 years ago. And it wasn't until the Obama administration that regulations implementing the Buy Indian Act were first developed. And so we got to be a part of the team that helped develop that in the Obama administration. And then in the Biden administration, those regulations, we got to be a part of the team that has updated those. And why is this important? Well, in 2019, at the Department of the Interior, we did $317 million with Indian businesses across the entire Department of Interior. That was 2019. Under the leadership of Secretary Haaland and within the Biden administration, last year in 2023, we did $1.4 billion with Indian businesses. That's over $1 billion increase. And it shows the power of what good policy, what good regulation, and what good leadership can do for Indian country. That's dollars that is going to individually owned and tribally owned businesses and creating good jobs throughout Indian country. And that's something to be proud of, and we can do more, and the power there is amazing. I also want to talk a little bit about some of the work that we've done through the White House Council on Native American Affairs and our Access to Capital initiative. We have developed what we're calling a clearinghouse, and you got a little card right here. You see it, and there's a website on here and a QR code. You can go there. And what this is a clearinghouse of federal funding opportunities, loans, grants, loan guarantees, and other opportunities that are available to tribes and tribal entities. One of the biggest things that we heard during our numerous consultations in the development of how we were going to implement our IRA and BIL funding was the need for technical assistance and the need to have one place where your tribal leaders and tribal grant administrators and tribal businesses can go to find all of those opportunities. And through working through the White House Council, we've developed that. We call this version 1. So take a look, make comments, tell us how we can do better. But again, there are over 500 opportunities that are available to tribes, worth billions and billions of dollars. And then third, as a part of the Access to Capital initiative, we're always hearing from tribes that we need more funding, we need more resources. Almost every meeting that we're a part of, a lot of it comes back to that. And one of the basic questions that we're asking, that we're getting to, and this is what this RFI, this request for information, is about, is how much? What is the actual dollar amount that we can tie this to? And it takes me back to an afternoon back when I was working with my tribe, and my CFO came in, and we said, well, how much capital do we need? And so we took 45 minutes, and we sat on we started writing on our whiteboard. And we're like, okay, well, we need to build 3,000 homes. We wrote that down. We have 219 megawatts of renewable energy permitted. All right, let's put that down. We like to buy this organic farm that's within our reservation. We put that down. And we came to $2 billion just for the projects that we had on the table for our tribe and our corporation. This request for information that is in draft form that we're going to be consulting on is Indian country's opportunity to put all of that down on a whiteboard for the federal government to take in, so that when we think about that number, how much do we need? What is the opportunity? We have something that we can tie it back to. And this is important not only for federal funding and federal resources, but it can also unlock opportunity in the private sector, because we know that all of this is not going to be met by the federal government. It's going to require the private sector as well, lending institutions and other institutions that can come to the table to see increased investment throughout Indian country. That is available. It's on the White House Council website. We're going to be announcing a consultation on that. It's in draft form. Go, take a look at it, tell us what works, tell us what doesn't work, and tell us how we can improve this so that we can get this out to Indian country. And so we're really excited about this. Thanks.
Thank you. It is a big initiative and it's a big lift, and we appreciate that it really is an interagency initiative as well. So Director Young, related to interagency initiatives, OMB has a key role in implementing President Biden's 2 presidential memorandums on tribal consultation and in developing the president's annual budget request for all departments. So Director Young, what improvements has OMB made to the annual budget process?
So one, we continue, and I talked about this a little already, with the development of this task force. I think we're going to make even more improvements, and clearly the Department of Interior is a key partner here. We have the expertise in putting budgets together. All of our agencies have direct, you heard the Deputy Secretary, you heard the Administrator have programs, but I look to, and I think the government recognized the Department of Interior as our major interlocutor for relationships with Indian country. So we must work it to make sure that we are hitting the right notes, going to the right people, listening to the right things. And Deb Haaland, let me tell you, I've gotten to travel with your secretary. She is an inspiration to me personally, and seeing young people, especially young Indian people, react to Deb is something that just cannot be overstated, the feelings and emotions that come with that. So she inspires me to do better and to make sure we put systems in place, especially as we're talking about resources, especially when we get this whiteboard of information. How do we turn that into something real in the budget process? Now, we are one part of the budget process. This administration promises you that we will prioritize programs, especially as we get more information back from you and not just decide what that is from the federal government. That is why what the principal, deputy secretary, thank you. Thank you for that. Mention is important because we have to not be prescriptive from DC, but we have to be reactive to what the real needs are. But we are one piece of the puzzle. I happen to spend most of my career in Congress. Yeah, you all read about them, and you know them. The good news is, and this is very different when I started over 20 years ago, the good news is, when you bring up tribal programs, you do meet a receptive, bipartisan reception. I got to work many years with Tom Cole. I know many of you have worked with he and Betty McCullough. I mean, there's just such a...
He's Chickasaw, by the way.
I thought I might have hit a connection there. But, you know, that's the good news. The bad news is we do have a climate in which, even with bipartisan support, there is a tight budgetary climate. And that is just a reality of things. So I always want to be realistic with people, and that's kind of my thing. So we're going to do the right thing. We're going to push for more resources, but we all have to be cognizant of the tough budgetary climate that is upon us, especially with budget caps and the debt ceiling deal. And it's going to be tough. But the good news is this is one of the areas when we interface with the Hill, where we find willingness to have conversations and find the right resources. I go back to mandatory. That is why, though, getting things in a mandatory way frees up resources that don't have to compete for other things, especially in tribal programs where we could do more in the education sector, more in infrastructure. But the resources we're spending at IHS really does crowd out a lot of those other things. So it comes back to trying to find a relief valve mandatory. So I look forward to seeing what comes in from a resource perspective so we can answer the mail there. We are one half of this funding picture, though, and I want to be realistic. We all have our work to do, and on all of these funding issues, with Congress, but I know some people have an in here. And there's also bipartisan will to make sure we are doing right by Indian country.
And we so appreciate your partnership on that. And I know that the tribal leaders in the room are huge advocates and make their voices heard on the Hill as well.
Well, I'm a
as in the
government official, so I
agencies.
would never tell you what to go say.
Oh, no.
But
Right, but that's right. But anyway, we really do appreciate, your willingness to hear and listen and learn. And so thank you, and for traveling in Indian country. So the next question is, and I think it's going to be the last question. You're off the hook, Lieutenant Governor. I think this is going to be the last question, but for Administrator Guzman. Earlier, Lieutenant Governor Anatubby talked a bit about the opportunity of the 8A programs and what that means to Indian country. So could you comment on that, especially in the light of the recent Supreme Court case on affirmative action and how SBA is working to ensure that tribes and tribal businesses continue to be robust participants in contracting?
And federal contracting is such a huge opportunity. So I love this topic. I mean, it's, and for small businesses, it's over a $650 billion opportunity to do business with the federal government, help agencies achieve mission. The SBA powers the small business spending through the federal government, through aggressive coaxing and cajoling, through scorecard initiatives and goaling initiatives. But President Biden has really leaned in particular in programs that, like the 8A, by setting a high goal for the small disadvantaged business spend within the small business spending to 15% by 2025. We've seen in the 8A program in particular, which is a powerful economic development vehicle for our country. It not only develops the individual companies who get certified, but it impacts local wealth building. It impacts our ability to compete globally. A lot of these firms go on to, now that they've been able to handle the large contracting with federal government, go on to compete abroad. And over the past 40 years, $200 billion has gone out through the 8A program to Indian country, to Native tribal entities and Native-owned businesses. And in in fiscal year 22, that was $20 billion. So you see an incredible growth in this community in accessing the 8A program and working with the SBA. And it's not by accident. The SBA has made a concerted effort to partner with tribal communities, ANCs, NHOs across the board to ensure that this economic development tool is being leveraged to build wealth in communities. And I don't know, how many are current 8A entities out there? Either your tribe has 8As or you're a tribal entity. So there are about 700 tribal 8A firms currently in SBA that we've certified, and there are about 170 tribes that are utilizing this program. And actually last year, after speaking on the same panel, so you're inspiring some 8A activity out there, I have had follow-up meetings with the Manchatucket tribe, who's trying to expand beyond gaming strategies and economic development and further leverage the 8A program. It's a powerful tool. And what's important in this administration is, President Biden, Vice President Harris have been so committed to equity and procurement. And despite the ultimate case, despite anti-DEI activities in the courts writ large, we have made a strong stance to continue to support equity in procurement and ensure that the 8A program could be protected as the strong and powerful vehicle that it is. And we are not allowing the courts to take us backwards. And as a result of the ultimate case that really went to the core of the 8A program to challenge it and our ability to use this as a sole source tool, the agency took quick action, first of all, to recognize that tribes did not have to prove socio-disadvantage, and that unlike the court's order, we did not have to recertify, in essence, the tribes. And we took immediate action to streamline them through the process to ensure that they could access contracts in the 8A program at the end of last fiscal. And to date, we've now recertified over 80% of the 8As, and we're still in process in several hundred more. So that last year, not a single contract was withdrawn from the 8A program across the federal agencies. And that really spoke to the actions of Department of Justice, the White House, and SBA coming together to ensure that we were in compliance with the injunction against the SBA, and in fact reopened the program and have started to accept new applications and have processed applications. And so we know that this is a powerful tool, but there's improvements that can be made, and are working to streamline certifications across our programs, as we've done with vet certifications, and ensure that there's a faster access to this sole source opportunity, and to provide better support, maybe more targeted support to the tribes. We've had multiple tribal listening sessions, over 15, and most of them on the government contracting side, to hear what is needed in order to propel tribes to start with the 8A program or expand in the 8A program, to grow your company base and provide services to the federal government, because we buy everything, as Shalonda could tell you, from flowers to ammunition, and we want to make sure that tribal entities are there to serve the federal government, and that they get the business development skill sets, as well as the capital, the bonding, and everything that's necessary in order to perform on these contracts. So we're very proud of the program and the accomplishments, and the huge financial impact that it has, and hope to build on that $20 billion that we put out through the 8A program last year into the future.
So thank you, and I'm always happy to have the last word, so I have the last word today. But I hope that everyone recognizes that this panel and this interagency panel, everyone brings such a good heart to the work that they do. And I want to thank everyone here on this panel for being so open and interested and willing to change how we work with one another. It's so important to Indian country, and the work that we do is really personal. It impacts all of our tribal citizens' lives in such a very personal way. And we just want to thank you for moving this agenda forward, for making sure that we can continue to talk and be creative about how we serve our people. So I would ask that everyone recognize how hard everyone is working here, and to give this panel a round of applause.
Check, check. Hello. All right. Hey guys, we're almost there. So you can see we're getting set up for the closing song. So as we get set up, I just want to take a moment. This event is a massive undertaking for us here in the federal government. I appreciate you guys as tribal leaders and representatives being here. But everything that we do here requires a lot of effort. And so for every person you see here on the stage, every announcement, there are a lot of people you don't see and hear from. So I want to take a couple of moments as we're getting set up here just to acknowledge some of the people, not all of the people, some of the people who help bring this event to you. So Elizabeth Reese from the Domestic Policy Council, and Rose Petoskey from Intergovernmental Affairs. They are going to collapse into their beds tonight, and I think arise maybe on Monday morning. Our Deputy Chief of Staff here at the Department of the Interior, Millie Gosar, who's been waiting in the wings back here. Millie has just also done an incredible job helping to pull this together. Our Indian Affairs Chief of Staff, Clint Bowers, right here. Matt Ducko, I don't know if Matt is in the room anymore, but he helped do a lot of this. DOI has a great press team, and there are a lot of folks to thank, but I want to give a special shout out to John Grandy over here in the wings. John really helps everyone from DOI and really the administration on a lot of the messaging. Amanda Cools, who's been in and out. Back here, she really she's a utility player here for the secretary. Brendan Jackson from Amanda's team, who's been behind the stage. That deep booming voice of God you hear is our Crow Nation citizen and counselor in our office, Sam Cohn. I don't know if Sam is out here. So we've got a lot of folks who travel, our cultural performers, our singers, and that requires a lot of work from our team to get that done. So I want to make sure that I'm acknowledging the folks in our office who helped do that. Nita Personius, Renee Joseph, Regina Brown, and Missy Tracy. Also, you guys have seen them running around back and forth. The White House Council on Native American Affairs is an amazing team who makes the administration shine. And they're led by Executive Director Morgan Rodman. I think Morgan is here somewhere. And Morgan and his team just do amazing, amazing work. Josh Bartlett and the Indian Affairs Comms team. Thank you. And we've got a lot of folks from our office who help just do whatever is needed. So I want to shout out Justice Rhodes, Mariah Blackbird, Megan Bishop, Stephanie Sphuritis, Maria Wiseman, and also Joaquin Gallegos from our team. Chelsea Wilson, who's over here. She's the director for the Secretary's Boarding School Initiative. And while we were doing this week, we also held a meeting of the Secretary's Tribal Advisory Committee, which involved 2 full days of meetings across the Department of the Interior. So it's really double the work. We don't get points for difficulty, but I want to make sure I shout out Heidi Totticini, who helps pull all that stuff together for the Secretary. And last, but certainly not least, the folks who set up the lights, the folks who greet you at the doorway, the folks who clean these spaces and take care of this, our DOI facilities team and our security team. They're incredible ambassadors for the Department of the Interior and great public servants. So there are a lot of other folks I wasn't able to mention on behalf of Secretary Haaland and the department. Again, there are hundreds of people at DOI alone involved in putting this together, let alone across the administration. But some of the folks I've named, or all of the folks I've named, warrant special mention because of the extent of their labor this week, and we are all so grateful of them. And most of them are tribal citizens, and all of them are allies of Indian country, and we're all proud members of President Biden's team and Secretary Haaland's team. And so on behalf of the Secretary, and I hope on behalf of all of our guests here, I want to give a big shout out, Chi-miigwech, to all of them for everything they've done. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage the Director of the White House Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, Tom Perez.
Everyone. Hey, I started out as a trial lawyer, and I learned one thing early on in my career, which is the mind can only absorb as much as the seat of the pants can endure. And that's a long-winded way of saying I'm going to make sure I am as quick as possible. I want to just start out by reiterating some thanks. I love Deb Haaland. I love the Department of Interior. I love Assistant Secretary Nuland. Can we give it up one more time for them? Thank you so much. And this person to my left, Rose Petoskey, has been with our office for about 4 weeks. Can you imagine? You start your job, and by the way, there's a huge summit, which is a big deal, and you're in charge from our end of getting it all together, and Rose did a bang-up job. So thank you so much, Rose. And Rose follows in the footsteps of someone who is no stranger to this room. You probably saw him here before. I suspect, I don't see him here now, but Pauwi Rivera is one of my favorite people. He's what I call a recidivist. He's worked with me more than one time. He's a glutton for punishment. And I'll get in a foxhole with Pauwi any single day of the week. So, Rose, thank you so much. But I want to really say thank you again to all of you. This has truly been both historic and inspirational and aspirational. I hope you have seen, I grew up in an environment where my parents taught me that you will be judged not simply by your words, but by your actions. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are people of action. And this summit is about respect. It's about partnership. It's about the future. And I think about the executive order. I think about the journey. I remember 2009, I was at the Justice Department running the Civil Rights Division, and I believe one of the first summits was, I think, in St. Paul, Minnesota. I might have gotten the location wrong, but I know the commitment of the Obama-Biden administration to this partnership, and we were proud of what we built. And I see in the Biden-Harris administration taking it to stratospheric levels. We redesigned this program because we try to be good listeners. My mom taught me again, Tom, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Be a good listener. And what you told us in your feedback was less talking at us and more true consultation with people at the highest levels. Those were all fair asks, and that's what we tried to deliver. And you heard throughout the program from people at the senior-most levels of government. And that executive order is a blueprint for action, a blueprint for change, a blueprint for sustainable progress. You know, I think it's really important in life to understand the moment in which we find ourselves. We are in a moment of grave peril right now as a nation and frankly as a planet. And yet at the same time, we are in a moment of incredible opportunity. I say that because I had the privilege in the Obama years of serving as the head of the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department. Our first case we brought under the Matthew Shepard, James Byrd Hate Crimes Prevention Act was a case out of New Mexico involving the brutal assault of a Native American by 2 idiots. That's the most polite word I can think of to describe them. I'm proud of that progress. I had the privilege of serving as your labor secretary. And why do I bring these 2 things up? Most of the laws we enforced at the Labor Department were a product of the New Deal. Most of the laws we enforced in the Civil Rights Division were a product of the Civil Rights Movement in the 60s. I would submit to you the 2 most tumultuous decades of the 20th century were also the 2 decades in which we made the most progress in building that more perfect union, that more just union, that more inclusive union. We're in another one of these moments right now. The president's investments in infrastructure are unprecedented. His understanding of equity was embodied in an executive order he issued early on because he knew we had an Eisenhower moment here on infrastructure. We have an MLK moment here on equity, and we got to take advantage of it. And so there was an early on an executive order that said, everything we do going forward, not just to address the pandemic, but to address the need for a more perfect union, must be done through an equity lens. And that is why this executive order today and all the investments we have seen and you have heard about, the unprecedented investments, That's what it's all about. And what's really important, I always try to tell my kids, understand the moment so you can meet the moment. Because you don't want to wake up in 3 years and watch the moment has passed you by. And you've heard so eloquently from Secretary Haaland, from Assistant Secretary Newland, and from all of our colleagues about the seemingly unlimited opportunities that we have right now. And let's seize them together. You not only have a seat at the table, you have a megaphone at the table. You have champions in Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Deb Haaland and others who are always going to have your back. That's what it's about. I confess I had a number of favorite moments from this summit. But as a lacrosse dad, you know, I really loved what we were able to accomplish, to continue that journey. And I think Mike Connors is still here because I just saw him a little while ago. But we are so excited. And you know, one of the interesting things is that this Saturday night, they will award the Heisman Trophy, which is the best college football player in the country. Any Michigan fans here so they can retort? Not me. But you know, I think it's called the Tewaaraton Award, is the Heisman Trophy of lacrosse, NCAA lacrosse, men's and women's. And on that trophy, I learned from Charlie and others, are the 6 nations of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. That's remarkable. That is truly amazing to me. And the example you have set, and we will continue our journey together. And I think the conversations we have had around this request that you made are one but not the only illustration of the relationships we're trying to build. True equals at the table, fighting for progress. And I hope, you know, we'll see what the IOC does, and we will work vigilantly. But I do know that this is not only a key moment for folks in this room. You know, if you care about lacrosse, you want the best teams in the world to compete. And y'all are the best teams in the world. And so I take great pleasure in that. I was the statistician for my daughter's lacrosse team. So this one is really, really exciting. But what's more exciting, and I leave you on this note, is I've had the privilege of working with Joe Biden. I used to work for Ted Kennedy in the 90s. Joe Biden was on the same committee. So I kind of got to know him back when I had hair. And, you know, I have never met a person with a bigger heart. I remember recently when we had a horrible tragedy up in Maine. And again, the president went up there. So much loss of life, so much needless loss of life, I would assert. And his capacity for empathy and his capacity to understand what folks are going through. There's a lot of people in this country who are suffering right now. He was not born on third base. He's earned everything he's gotten in his life, and he's never forgotten where he came from. And his North Star is equity and opportunity for everyone. And the work we're doing together is very personal to him. And as someone who grew up and spent a lot of time in upstate New York, you know, as he said yesterday, lacrosse is very personal to him. So I am really, really, now the final thing I say to you is let's not let this moment get away. Hold us accountable. Continue to contact us. Thomas.e.perez @who.eop.gov. Thomas.e.perez @who.eop.gov. I don't know if Elizabeth Reese is still here, but if she is, I want to give her a shout out because she's been working her tail off at the DPC. And I was looking for one more person that I can't quite see. Is Brent Robinson still here? Brent is with the NSC, and he has been working his tail off. We can't do this without the Elizabeths and the Roses and the Brents. You know that. And so I want to say again, thank you to all of you. Hold us accountable. Let's continue to build on this historic moment, and let us meet this moment with pride, partnership, and power together. Thank you so much. I think that's all, right? There we go. Have a great day.
Would everyone please rise as you are able for the retiring of the colors and the closing drum song that will conclude the 2023 Tribal Nations Summit.
Hey.